Oh shit, yes, I'm on the mic. Sorry, guys. I thought I was talking here, but I had it muted. Thank you, JP. Yeah, I'm just going through the usual market scan. These are the unusual volumes. Jet AI seeing some volume today. Nice move to the upside. All right, let's look at some of the most trades on your NASDAQ. NQ. Again, we just discussed Beam, but I was muted. I won't go through that. Lottery. Intel seeing some continued strength, quite a bit of volume yet again on Intel. You can see Nvidia's under a little bit of pressure. Tesla under a little bit of pressure. Iron seeing some volume. All right, most trades on the New York Stock Exchange. Alibaba up 2.53%. So China's mixed. There's some strength, there's some weakness. SMR under some pressure. You got IONQ, Oklo, so some sell side pressure hitting nuclear, uranium stocks. JP Morgan getting some follow through to the downside. Circle's doing well. Citi's okay. Did Citi report earnings? Yeah, Citigroup reported earnings, so they missed, but stock is still up on the session. Oracle down, Redwire, Taiwan Semi, Novo, Joby, Planet Labs, all seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Freeport McMoran Copper still doing quite well. Most active here. Hmm. Hmm. Wells Fargo taking on the chin today. That's a big gap down for ticker WFC. So another day where financials are seeing some sell side pressure. And then, of course, you got some sell side pressure in the whole entire market, minus crypto. Crypto's acting very, very well today. So BTC is still flexing its muscles here, trying to potentially stage a bit of an hourly chart breakout here. Nice potential flag pattern building. It is strong with the metals right now. Silver, gold still ripping. Silver new all-time highs. Silver is just incredible. I mean, absolutely insane. We made a nice chunk yesterday shorting silver with some puts, catching a bit of a dump. Um, I pared back most of my profits yesterday on the short dated options. I swung some 76s, which are getting creamed. That being said, it was playing with some profit yesterday. Um, Gave back about a quarter of that today with this gap up. But same thing, guys. Every time silver gaps up, I'm just going to look for some short dated puts to catch a reversal. Yesterday, I made about 140% on my put options on the 79 SLVs. So as silver continues to go parabolic, I'm going to continue to grab some short dated puts. You know, it doesn't take much to make quite a big deal of silver. One of these days, silver is going to have a nasty reversal back down again. But it continues to show its muscles. I mean, there's, obviously that next resistance is still a little bit higher on 93-ish, but once again, silver going super parabolic. And look at the ranges on silver. Silver's trading ranges are massive. I mean, massive. So you can get these big swings. Like, look at this bar today. It's 5.68%. Crazy. And I know there's the backdrop where there's only a 3 month demand around silver, yada yada yada. But high prices cure high prices. It's the old saying, but impressive. 91.82 on silver, SLV, another gap up, which I will probably short today as well. Just gonna wait for the right signal, which I'm hoping it stays fairly elevated here. Again, I'll probably look for, 81s, $81 puts, maybe something actually a little bit closer. Let me just see here. All right, so that is on the 15 there. They're trading. That would be 1%, 2%. What about a 2% fall? But this upside pressure creates a lot of opportunity in the silver market. Intraday. Intraday creates a ton of opportunity. Let's see this here. So that is a focus. A nice little scalp short on silver today. What else we got going on? Market's trying to trigger a bit of a bearish head and shoulders pattern. That being said, it's still on a larger time frame, acting okay. If they don't defend it off of this prior day low, then we're probably heading down to, call it 689, and we're going to test this hourly breakout candle here. That's the area that I'm watching. 689.20 if we lose the momentum. But what a liquidity trap, right? That big pump yesterday, 30 minutes, 3,000% on 693 calls. $100 to 3,000, 200 to 6,000, you get the point. But and now they're gapping it down, so all that liquidity just got eaten up and trapped. Pretty impressive though, very impressive. IWM, let's take a peek at IWM here. Yeah, IWM is still acting very, very well. It's a little bit more extended than the Qs and your S&P. That being said, a little stretch from your daily chart 7 moving average, so I don't think the Russell's going to fall that much. It's holding up better than the Qs and better than the S&P, which is still showing you that people are buying speculation assets here. But the IWM is still very bullish, guys. Very bullish. I still have higher prices on the Russell. We just need to digest a little bit of this, maybe build a flag pattern. So I could see the Russell coming back down to backtest this privet high. I don't know if it's going to happen today, but we'll see what happens. There's a ton of support on the Russell. Still very, very bullish chart intraday. Dips are still going to be bought, in my opinion, on the IWM. You got a short-term 15-minute sell signal on the IWM. You still have a buy signal on your hourly, a buy signal on the 4-hour, and a buy signal on the daily and the weekly. So it's just your micro time frames that are a little bit vulnerable here. And that's the same thing with your S&P 500. Okay. All right, that settles that. I'm gonna close that. I'm also going to look at natural gas here. I mean, oh my goodness gracious me. This is one that just cannot find its footings. Wedge pattern, looked very bullish, failure. Nat gas, yikes, down another 5.63%. I mean, it looks like we're heading to this 275 zone here, guys. It's still another asset that could get a very sharp intraday reversal here, but nasty, 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 nasty. You know, it's definitely still a lot of support down here, but that's a nasty little breakdown from that wedge. Got a positive divergence building on your intraday time frames, hourly chart, very oversold, getting pretty oversold down here. Same thing with your 4-hour chart, nice positive divergence building. Daily chart, positive divergence still building, but weekly could still fall. There's that previous weekly gap fill zone, slightly ahead of that pivot that should act as decent support. But wow. Is there any other tickets you guys want to quickly look at? Feel free to put them in the chat. We'll take a quick peek before the market opens. Just finishing my coffee. What do we got here? That will close. JP Morgan? Sure thing. It's okay, JP. JP Morgan and Chase. JP Morgan and Chase. Yeah, so banks, it's earnings seasons for banks. So there's a lot of volatility in banks. Yesterday, JP Morgan missed. Stock got crushed down 4%, seeing some follow through to the downside. Going to be a lot of support off this 306 EMA 113. You can see how JP Morgan respects this orange moving average numerous times over here, over here, over here. So give it the benefit of the doubt. This should be respected as well. You look at Citigroup. Citigroup also reported earnings, and the stock missed, but it's gapping up this morning. Interesting little divergence. Wells Fargo also reporting earnings. Stock is under quite a bit of pressure. Let's look at BAC, Bank of America, falling through the 50-day moving average, sweeping this high volume reversal zone. So this is a big spot for Bank of America because this is where he had a ton of volume traded here on the daily chart on December 18th, and then the following day as well, December 19th. So the fact that we're undercutting those lows, I'm very interested to see if we get a buy program. I could see Bank of America flushing and then getting a nice bid into the end of the day or maybe even the afternoon session. So Bank of America still looks pretty solid, but yeah, JP, I mean, if you want to take it off this 306.19, 306.20 area, I have no issues with that. It's definitely been crushed. All right. Let me just keep scrolling through the landscape. Home builders are under some pressure. MSTR, guys, flexing its muscles right here. MSTR trying to break out yet again, even when the market's weak. You got strength in Bitfarm. So I'm expecting, during sell side days, whenever there's any sort of relative strength in some of these stocks that are higher beta, a lot of liquidity generally chases these names. So you could see some of these stocks make pretty big moves today, especially with Bitcoin actually pushing here intraday. Let's actually look at ETH as well. Ethereum still consolidating on the precipice of breaking out. Look at this Ethereum chart, guys. A nice daily chart breakout yesterday. Now you're consolidating above that breakout point. BTC still flying intraday here. Look at that move. Bitcoin looking ready to rip. So keep your eye on Mara today, MARA, already gapping up. I could see this ticker heading to probably 1150 today. 1150, if not higher. If the markets catch a really big reversal to back to the upside, these crypto stocks are going to absolutely fly. Fly to the high side. All right. Um, Honestly, yeah, I'm expecting this market to maybe flush a little bit and then get a buy program. I don't really like this area to buy it right off the open. Um, there is some 30-minute chart support here. It's your EMA 113 on the 30-minute time frame. You can see how you sold off into it over here, bounced quite sharply, made new highs. So it's a big spot, but I still think that market makers maybe want to target this little liquidity here. I feel like they're going to try to break this previous pivot high zone, fake breakdown. So it's a tricky area. I don't like slapping along. You could get a nice reversal off this gap down, but I think we're going to head a little bit lower and then see a buy program. I mean, ideally, my level to go long today would be to tap this trend line. Right in this confluence zone, you have a massive upsloping trend line going back down to your low from November. That would be the bottom of your wedge pattern. I would like to see that zone defended, so call it 689, but it might not get there. They might just drip us a little bit lower into the 690 zone and then give us a reversal. So there's definitely still some. It's just the larger time frames are still very bullish. All right, 6 minutes till the open, ladies and gents. Second. Three minutes till the open. Natural gas still getting pummeled. Wow. Absolutely wrecked on that gas. It's our open, guys. So SPY is getting a bit of a buy program off of the open. Silver starting to come in a little bit. Silver starting to come in a bit. SPY starting to get faded. Yep, they are flushing right now. Coming into a bit of support here around that 690 Pierce zone. But I'd like to see this hourly liquidity grab. That's the low. Right into that lower pivot. Nat gas still getting rocked. SMCI coming under some overwhelming downside pressure. SLV, guys, is coming in pretty hard. Seeing a big stick to the upside, guys. Apple getting a nice buy program. Crypto still doing quite well. Silver still holding steady here. SPY getting a big fat reversal, guys. SPY program, Constellation Brands, STZ, Ripon. Silver starting to come in. Nice sell side pressure off the open on silver. Market's still trying to get a buy program. SPY still trying to bounce here. SPY is still looking pretty vulnerable here, guys. Still very vulnerable in the landscape. You got weakness across your mag names. QQQ is down the most this morning. Nat gas continuing to get wrecked. Nike still having a really good day. Lululemon flying. Beautiful. Our long positions are working out quite well in those two consumer discretionary stocks. ROLR. Roller. What's up with that ticker? Alibaba still squeezing up nicely on the session. MSTR still squeezing. Crypto still acting somewhat decent here. Silver still holding up quite well. Apple getting faded, Nvidia getting faded, Okta. Liquidated. Whole market is still in trouble. Crude oil acting very well today. That's still up 1.25%. Oh, you were looking at ROLR because it's up 300%, 366%. Yeah, I can't chase it. I mean, I don't even know if there's shares available to short, but I've never seen this. I don't even know what this ticker does, but yeah, it's up crazy amounts today. Beam, we discussed that in the pre-market. That one's also gapping up this morning, so acting quite well. Intel still strong. It's a ton of volume on SLV that was just traded there. SPY still super duper heavy right now. Silver, guys. I took some Lotto 79Ps on silver SLV, guys. 0 DTE. Lotto 79 puts. I'm in at 12 cents. 12 cents, guys. Please size accordingly. It's risky trying to pick a top in a bullish asset. But 79 Ps, 0 DTE, SLV, high risk. All right, SPY trying to get a little bit of a bid here. SPY catching a nice buy program. Here we go. SMCI looking a little bit bullish here, trying to make a reversal to the high side, looking decent. It's for those tomorrow. Oh, the 16th is Friday. Markets are still getting slammed here, guys. SPY is still getting hammered. Hammered. SPY still running into quite a bit of sell side pressure here. Same thing with SLV. Come on. SPY is severely vulnerable here, guys. It looking like a bit of a broad-based sell-off. Silver puts are ripping, guys. SLV puts are ripping. Come on, silver. Drop it lower. Go negative today. See that reversal from the highs. I mean, your crazy deviation move. There's a little bit of a difference today in SLV. Usually we've seen the price action grind higher off the open. Today they're actually selling it right off the open. Interesting. Still a freaking insane bullish asset, but there's definitely some support here for silver, but come on. Wow, look at SPY. All right, SPY's now sweeping this hourly or coming into this hourly low point that we were discussing in the pre-market. Not that far away. Not that far away. SPY still making lower lows intraday, guys. Lower lows. Natural gas still getting absolutely obliterated. Your dollar still soft. Gold still up 0.72. SPY super vulnerable. Coming into that hourly support zone, guys. We're looking to sweep that hourly liquidity. There should be a bounce coming up on SPY soon. We are coming into some support. $10-minute RSI getting slightly oversold. No divergence yet. Come on, SLV, chop it down. Chop it down. Apple still trying to bounce. SPY big bounce. So that's exactly where we touched, guys. This is what we telegraphed in the pre-market, that hourly chart support. Look at that nice bounce in SPY starting to build. Look at that bounce right off of that zone, guys. That was telegraphed well in advance. Nice little scalp there, if you caught that. All right, Apple's still down 0.4. Nvidia and Tesla are down the most, down about 1.8% respectively. Meta down 1.3. Microsoft continues to be heavy, down 1.2. Amazon down 1.68. Your NASDAQ QQQ still down 1%, leading the charge to the downside right now. Dow Jones Industrial Average and IWM are holding quite steady. SPY down about 0.56. VIXI, UVXY up 5.8% on the session. Bitcoin still doing quite well, up 1%. Crude oil up 1.3%. That's going to be interesting. We do have crude oil inventories later today around 10:30. So I'm curious to see what happens with the crude report. All right, decent bounce in SLV. Silver. Nvidia still remains fairly weak down here. It is losing all of its key daily chart moving averages. Not a good sign for Nvidia right now. Huge bounce in SPY right off that zone, guys. That was telegraphed for you guys. Hopefully you made money. Please hit that like button. Now, the question is, we could still go a bit lower. That was a quick bounce, intraday bounce level. The market needs to try to defend this 5-minute candle that it's putting in. But if it doesn't, next stop is 688.30-ish, which is still a very likely chance. But a lot of support off that 680-ish, 688 area. For now, they are defending SPY. SMCI ripping, looking like a red to green reversal on SMCI. Dash, good morning. Big 1 hour rejection candle on Netflix. Yeah, Netflix is struggling immensely. Wow, yeah, that is a huge rejection. Yep, nastiness. Wow. Just when they think it's getting going, they absolutely crush it, right? So Netflix still remains quite vulnerable. Apple's continuing to sell off here, guys. Nvidia, honestly, guys, if you look at Nvidia's daily chart, it looks like it's going to flush into that gap. So there's probably going to be more downside today. You look at that daily chart level, and that level in Nvidia is around 180, 105. I still think Apple's setting up for a bit of a bear flag. It looks like on its hourly chart, 4-hour chart, that's a bear flag forming, and it's a pretty nice one. Really nice. What's happening with AMD? Lisa Su on TV, flushing AMD. Yeah. So look at Nvidia here, guys. Nvidia daily looks like it's going into this gap today. So it likely means that there's going to be more downside in the market today. All right. Let's look at the Qs here. QQQ back testing its 20 days, so there is some support there. All right. SPY still looking very heavy here, guys. Very heavy. It's no bid. Coinbase doing well. Crypto still doing well. PayPal doing well. So it's not a complete bloodbath out here, guys. At least not yet. There's still a lot of stocks green. ACN doing well. EXEL, Western Digital, Huya, ZTS, Okta, PayPal, Starbucks, GIS. So it's a mixed bag out here today. Diageo, OKE, Energy, MSTR up 9.2%. What a ripper. BABA's still holding majority of its gains. Mara up nicely. UNH, Constellation Brands continues to rip here, guys. STZ longs are printing. Printing. Day after day, this is just quietly grinding. That is such a beautiful pattern, guys. I mean, that's literally a textbook basing formation breakout. Doesn't get cleaner than that. Literally that you could teach patterns off of that. That's pretty impressive. UNH is still doing well, showing some strength today. Webull making a bit of a move. That's trying to firm up quite nicely. Again, yeah. So it's not a bloodbath out here. There's still quite a few names that are holding steady here. Silver, of course, SLV. Nat gas, no bid yet in nat gas. That still remains phenomenally weak. Still a bit of support here on your SPY, guys. Definitely is. Nvidia continues to melt. Going for that gap fill, guys, on Nvidia. It's very close. Apple still looking heavy. SMCI doing wonderfully well, making that red to green reversal, gapping down this morning about 1.5%. Now it's green. Good to see. Mara still pushing. Silver SLV still up 5%. So 397. SPY still getting hammered here. QQQ really waning on things. IWM, guys, is trying to go positive, but still slightly weak. NVIDIA absolutely heavy down here. Whew. NVIDIA could start to melt this market. It's heavy. Heavy, heavy, heavy. So Supreme Court ruling coming up possibly in a few minutes here. It's supposed to be at 10 o'clock. It's likely going to get pushed and delayed. That's why you also got strength in Lulu. Markets, I believe, are on pause for these tariffs, guys. You also got existing home sales at 10 and then potentially the tariff announcement by the Supreme Court. So we'll see what happens here. NVIDIA almost into that gap fill, guys. There is a bit of a bounce trade on NVIDIA coming up. Right off of that gap fill, maybe let it pierce it. But yeah, NVIDIA is starting to come in. SPY still at the lows. SPY new lows. Existing home sales, guys, consensus is 4.21 million. 4.21 million. Let's see what the comes in at. 30 seconds. You bet to 160 this Friday. Which that would be a bloodbath in the markets. If that happens, the market is tumbling here. They may set this up for a big afternoon pump. I like it when they sell in the morning because it does set us up for a big pump in the afternoon. All right, 10 a.m. What do we got here? Dollar yields not doing too much just yet. Existing home sales coming in hotter. 4.35 million versus 4.21. So expect yields in the dollar maybe to push a little bit higher. So existing home sales hotter than expected. Look at that SPY dump. SPY is undercutting. Look at this hourly chart support level now, guys. You're hitting this massive support zone. If this doesn't hold, we're going to gap fill. Ouch. That's heavy. If that doesn't hold there, which there is a ton of support, we could flush all the way down to 683. But I'm suspecting that we should hold there, guys. Dollar trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. Market is under a lot of pressure. Yields haven't done much, but your UVXY, guys, up 7% and flying. Nvidia almost filling that downside gap that we just discussed. Crazy sell side pressure in the market. Again, you might get a small bounce here back to 689.50, but the trend looks weak today, guys. It looks like they need to defend this zone. Big spot to go long here. There's a good RR here on SPY. Just keep your stops tight, because if they break this level, things could get ugly. Things could get ugly. Again, I'm still riding 79 Ps on SLV, 0 DTE, got filled at 12 cents. Again, I'm in silver puts. I like shorting parabolic assets because, especially when the trend has gone through some massive deviation moves and you got weakness in the market. Wouldn't be surprised to see silver make a full reversal down today. That being said, just understand it's a crazy asset that has gone insanely parabolic and still has a very strong uptrend, but we are trying to pick tops, at least catch a little bit of profit taking. Dump it, SLV, dump it. Nat gas continues to fall. Gold testing 46.05, giving up quite a bit of its gains here on gold. Potential topping tail building on gold's chart today. Silver puts, guys, we're up about 80%, but looking for more. Come on. Just the structure, I've been watching silver closely because it's gone crazy, and we shorted yesterday. Yesterday was a tougher short. Today it's actually selling off of the open. It's not really putting in higher highs. It's putting in lower lows from the intraday price action on SLV. Come on, silver. Rip it to the downside. Natural gas, new low. Continuing to roll to the downside. SPY's still trying to defend this hourly chart trend line. It's a big support zone. Dixie's still trying to get through its pre-market low. Yields, the 2-year yield is firmed up a little bit here. 10-year yield a little bit. Dollar a little bit. Silver continuing to fall here. Rip it to the downside. Nvidia has filled its downside gap, guys, so you might get a bounce here. Percent on our SLV puts. Let's go. Printing. Come on. Send us to the basement. Dixie's still trying to make a push here, guys. DXY still trying. Come on, silver. Keep going. SPY's struggling here, though. Look at that. No 5-minute bottoming tail. Lots of volume, but No bottom yet. Ticker, don't you see? Sometimes words just hypnotize me. SPY's trying to bounce here. SPY getting a buy program. Bit of a buy program coming into SPY. Silver bouncing with the market. S&P. Nvidia's defending that gap fill, guys, that we just discussed. Natural gas still no bounce. Gold still up 0.5%. Nat gas down 7.3. Crude oil up 1. Bitcoin still up 1. QQQ down 1.3. SPY down 0.7. SPY still pretty vulnerable. What else we got going on here, guys? STZ still ripping. UNH ripping. Tempest is green. BABA still holding quite steady, but that's coming in from the highs. Interesting to see Bitfarms. Bitfarms has given up some of the gains here, so a little bit of a reversal in some of these crypto stocks starting to get priced in. MSTR still up about 6.5%, but coming in from the highs. What else we got? Quantum under a lot of pressure. Nike still doing really well. Diageo doing really, really well. ACN, Western Union still doing, ACN guys doing really well today. Lululemon went red. UPS is still strong on the session. I like it. Google still down 1%. Nvidia is still getting hammered. PayPal is holding some bullish price action. Interesting. Bitcoin trying to break out again. Come on, BTC. Damn, BTC is a beast right now. Absolute beast. SPY getting a bit of a bid here. Natural gas trying to find a little bit of a support. 10-minute potential bottoming tail building. SPY, so 10-minute bottoming tail. A retrace can be bought, guys, on SPY. They're trying to defend this little support zone here. Hourly EMA. Big bounce on silver. Nvidia is still above that gap fill. No ruling on the Supreme Court. No ruling on the Supreme Court, guys. Big bounce. No ruling. Big guys. That was a crazy bounce. Yep. Yep. We just, in our SPX trading group, we were in 688 calls off that level. Those printed to the upside. Lovely trade. Beautiful trade there. SPY calls absolutely printed. What? SPY. Absolute face ripper. Big hourly reversal in silver. Gold still trying to push. Bitcoin absolutely flying to the high side. BTC's ripping, guys. Look at that move on SPY. Stunning reversal back up. Stunning. Natural gas catching a decent bid here. SPY still ripping. Markets are gaining a lot of liquidity. Reversal, SPY calls printing. Oh my goodness, what a pump. What a crazy pump off of that decision. Look at that move. What a crazy rip. I'm out of my SPY calls. I'm out of all my SPY calls on that pop. I think if you get a retest lower, you can buy. Beautiful. 688 calls printed. Look at this trade. Beautiful. 47% gain on our SPY calls nailed in the SPX group. Stunning price action. Silver still moving. Gold catching a bid. Dollar still trying to firm up here. Apple pushing. Nvidia still defending that gap fill. Still down 2%. But ripping. Market is still soaring and trying to push here. Nice bullish liquidity coming back into the tape. Natural gas making a nice move. Trying to push here on intraday chart. Apple still looking solid. S&P still holding structure here off of that hourly chart support level. They could take us to the gap fill. That wouldn't surprise me. I mean, tricky spot to chase right here. Apple's trying to push to the positive side. Seeing a really big bounce in the metals. The whole entire market gaining extra bullish liquidity. So you're still up about 5%, guys. So there's still quite a bit of downside pressure on the market, even with that pop. We'll see if it's short-lived or not. Still pushing here, guys. Intraday 10-minute, that gap fill that I discussed. Big bounce off that area with obviously the whole entire market. Yields are still soft, 10 and 2 down. Dixie still negative, but trying to curl to the upside. Silver 91.69 up 5.5%. SLV still doing quite well. SPY still defending that hourly support zone. Trying to put in potentially an hourly chart bottoming tail on silver. Very impressive price action for SPY. Very impressive. Still pushing. You got the QQQ now down 0.86%, SPY down 0.5, Russell is positive up 0.17. Mag names are definitely underperforming. Tesla down 1.1, Meta down 1.5, Google down 0.5, Apple holding up the best, but still negative, down by 0.21. You got Nvidia down 1.9, Microsoft down 1, Amazon down 1.36. Bitcoin still up 1.5%, 96.8 on the chart. Crude oil is still doing well. That's the next print, guys. Crude oil inventories come out in 7 minutes. Right now, crude's at 61.35. Crude oil has made a really strong move off of the lows, up 1.14% right now as we speak. SPY is starting to see some sell side pressure. Alibaba doing wonderfully well. Mara is still up a couple percent. What else we got? UVXY still up 5.5%. Netflix slammed down 1.5%. Bitfarms down 5.3. Rocket Labs is green. UAMY green. MSTR is still holding bullish price. Oops. Take my vitamins here. All right, so market's coming down a little bit. SPY looks vulnerable again. Uh-oh. We could easily sweep the lows, guys. We could easily sweep the lows on SPY. Troublesome price action here. If we lose this little support zone, I think we're going to retest the lows. Still ripping, guys. Our 175 calls are flying. Baby, let's go. We fucking nailed this China trade yet again. I love it. Man, when China rips, it rips. That's crazy. All right, guys, I'm going to take some profits on my BABA 175 calls. I'm going to sell half the position. We got a lot of time on that. There may, but, you know, we've printed to the upside. Just trimmed half of my contracts on the 175 BABA calls, 100% gain. I just took profits on half of my BABA 175 calls. Again, BABA 175 calls just locked in 100% gain. SPY still struggling here, guys. It could easily undercut that low. Coming in a touch more. Nvidia starting to sell. Apple still looking somewhat weak now. Wow, SPY's getting heavy here, guys. Really heavy. New lows on SPY coming in, guys. New lows are about to be swept here. Market's looking like it wants lower price. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. SPY's getting hammered. Yep, late chasers are gone. Punishing the late chasers for sure. Crude oil is still ripping here, up 1.38%. WTI inventories, I forgot to look. What did they come out as? Consensus was for a drawdown of minus 1.7 million, coming in at 3.39 billion. Slightly bearish print, but overall, crude's still reacting quite well. Interesting. So keep your eye on crude. Nat gas is still falling again. Seeing some heavy sell side pressure hitting the tape right now. SPY coming in for new lows, guys. Guys, this market's looking heavy right now. Super heavy. We tapped the support zone once. If they lose this low, they could flush us. Nvidia is still trying to gain some bullish liquidity. Still trying to push here, guys. SPY close to that low of day. Silver still trying to gain some liquidity. All right, SPY at a bit of a double bottom, trying to hold steady here. Yeah, I think there's a big chance we fall down to this gap fill. Big chance. Still holding support here, so the longs are still favored for a bounce, but if you start to flush through this zone, then look out below. Very big divergence in silver and silver juniors, miners, GDX still coming in a little bit. Gold still trying to bounce. SPY defending potentially double bottom, but I think we still cut the lows out here. AMD still holding strength. Lululemon reversed. So far, they are defending double bottom at SPY. A lot of bullish flow coming in. Big bounce on silver again, continuing to push. Gold is trying to get a bounce. Dixie still remains somewhat weak. Nat gas still weak. Nvidia moving up here. Looks like Nvidia is at least going to retest its PDL prior day low, which is at 183.40, so about $1 away. Guys, I'm trimming my ACN. I'm selling out of my ACN $300 calls. I repeat, ACN, I'm selling my full position, $300 calls. I'm all out for 135% gain. Locked in profits on ACN, guys. All right. Just took profits. You're still seeing the market under a little bit of sell side pressure today. It's still looking extremely vulnerable, about to fall off a cliff. SPY. We are seeing heavy sell side pressure hitting the tape now. Nastiness. Nvidia right back down. Again, so we've pulled profits, guys, out of ACN and BABA today. All right, just a heads up. ACN and BABA profits have been secured. PayPal still holding steady. Bitcoin's now starting to give up some of its gains. Slight pullback. UPS still trying to push. SPY getting hammered. SPY drilling. If you didn't take your profits on SLV when we're up 100%, not a bad area to try to short it again after it sweeps the high here. Repeat. SPY is drilling to the downside. Sell side pressure coming in hot. Nvidia right back down. Nvidia drilling. SPY is melting. Melting to the downside. Apple looking extremely bearish again. All right, there's going to be a little bit of support here, guys. Once you undercut this, you might get a scalp here. It's very risky and aggressive, but you can try to scalp the 680-650 area. After we undercut this gap up, green bullish bar. But wow, nasty day for the S&P here. Nvidia, Apple getting slaughtered, absolutely crushed. Ooh, SPY. Nastiness. Nastiness on SPY, guys. Yeah, natural gas is just disgusting. Natural gas is disgusting. Okay, SPY still drilling here, guys. There is some support coming in. If you want to play a liquidity sweep long after we pierce this bar, it's better to buy today. It's better to buy in the money calls if you're looking. Apple's still looking exceptionally weak here, guys. Still looking exceptionally weak here, guys. It is coming in hot and heavy. Apple's still looking pretty heavy here. Big bounce on SPY. Yeah, longer time frame, it's still somewhat bearish here. There's definitely some support, quite a bit of support, but 10 minutes bearish, 20 minutes bearish, hourly's somewhat bearish here, but you're defending this low pivot. Longs are still favored above this long pivot here. But if you start losing this zone here, then you could flush the gap fill pretty quickly. Still, Market stabilized here, still trying to grind higher. Uh, TMC earnings sell the news. Yeah, yeah, it could be a sell the news for sure. All right, S&P is still struggling here, guys. Very bearish. Looks like they want lower price here. Um, Still a tough tape. Nvidia though is still holding some technical support. Apple looks very bearish. Natural gas continues to bleed down 7.8%. UVXY, guys, continues to climb here. Take a look at this. UVXY, ridiculously strong today. Maybe a 3-bar surge forming on the daily here, but it still remains crazy. SPY still seeing a little bit of buy side pressure. Still looking pretty vulnerable, guys. Very vulnerable. PayPal still acting well. What we got here? Times catch up moving. MSTR UMI still pushing. Rocket Lab's getting somewhat faded. Bitfarm's still weak. Baba still up 3%. SLV up 5. UNH Constellation Brands are still ripping, guys. SMCI down about 1%. This is STZ doing. How you doing, STZ? All right, guys, I just sold my STZ Commons. I repeat, STZ Constellation Brands. I just took just over 13% gain on STZ Commons. Secured profit. All right. I like the trade still if we get a pullback back to this high pivot. All right. We'll see what happens there. No pullback in silver, still holding its gains. Natural gas still trying to firm up here. Right, they're defending your SPY here, guys. SPY is catching a decent bid. Still looking bearish though intraday. It's definitely still a big level here at 686.95. There's a point of control, or sorry, a VWAP zone. If you get a pullback here on SPY, it can be bought with a tight stop. Big push on SPY, guys. Really big push. Big pump on SPY. Nat gas new low, down 8.28%. Wow, nat gas is crazy. Crazy down here. Man, we are going for that previous gap. That's filthy. Big push on your SPY. Look at that monster candle. So if we take out this red bar high here, I'm expecting us to sweep it, small pullback, and then if we can get back above that, this market could trend. That's a big spot, that red bar candle. Sold your AVO Geo puts early? That's okay. Your DXY is also trying to bounce just a touch here intraday. Crude oil is still strong. BTC still strong. You expect AVGO $6 and up and you'll do put again. Let's take a look at Broadcom. Whoops. Yeah, wow. I didn't even realize that's getting hammered today. See. Silver still grinding. All right. So just took some profits on our S&P 500 calls. In our SPX group, we did take the 6910 SPX calls, 1 days. Did a little bit of a spread. What a rip there in the market. Beautiful push. Just locked in our full profits, guys. We did sell our calls. Took our calls off this 10-minute breakout candle, but we're all out. Natural gas getting down 8.97%. Disgusting. Oh my goodness gracious me. Wow. That is crazy. Oh my God. Ay, 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 ay. Happy day, May 15. Nice. Nice job. Happy for you. I'm up on the session, but fuck, I'd be up way more. My natural gas shares are killing me. Just killing me. Oh my goodness. I need a huge bounce in that gas. Come on. Fuck. I feel I've been, this is probably one of my bad trades on the natural gas side. And to think I was short at that high pivot, I didn't think it was going to capitulate like this. That Venezuela headline really fucked up my longs. But usually I'm spot on with natural gas. I still like trading it, but damn, it's nasty. Nasty selling today, that's for sure. Huge rejection on SPY, guys. That's filthy. Apple looking heavy again. Nvidia looking bearish again. AMD still holding steady. SMCI green. Weeble, nice day for Weeble. STZ still green. UNH Tempest still moving. Wow, look at that rejection on SPY, guys. Here we go. They're flushing us. Apple close to breaking a bit of a bear flag here, very close. Nvidia also looks like a 30-minute bear flag, but still holding above that gap fill, so still a decent amount of support here for Nvidia. You got the metals starting to come in a touch. Are your SPY guys is melting yet again, coming in hot. I getting dragged down here pretty quickly and hard, guys. BTC still ripping, up 2.16% on Bitcoin. Amazon, Microsoft down sharply. Nvidia still down 2.13. Apple down 1.23 and breaking a bit of a bear flag. You expect another bounce? No, this looks heavy. I wouldn't step in front of this just yet. I'd let it undercut this low. If you're wanting to take calls, let it sweep this hourly liquidity down here. And then I would buy in the money. I wouldn't be chasing out of the money too quickly. We had a nice bounce. Things are looking, gold starting to weaken. You got silver starting to weaken a touch. Miners are weakening here. Apple's breaking a bit of a bear flag. So market's starting to roll a little bit heavier here. Exceptionally weak here, guys. Very weakness. Very weak on Apple. SLV put spreads are blowing out here. The widest I've seen today. Market's still under a lot of sell side pressure, guys. Apple breaking down here. Tesla getting smacked. Amazon getting smacked. Microsoft smacked. since SPY, guys. It is overwhelming sell pressure. AMD is the only thing standing. There's still quite a bit of strength out here. I mean, I'm looking across the landscape. You got value plays that are holding up quite well. Crypto and value plays are holding up. Big Bear AI is green still. UNH, STZ, those are value plays holding quite steady. Alibaba is still strong. Rocket Lab's still green but coming in. Rigetti's still green but coming in. Some rare earths are holding steady. Consumer staples are holding steady, so you can clearly see capital is moving a bit more defensively here. That's what I'm observing. All right, new lows for the S&P 500, guys. The trend is clearly down, lower highs, lower lows in the market right now, so we are very vulnerable. Market is selling pretty hard. I wouldn't try to step in front of this just yet. We're now into gap window. They are undercutting that pivot that I said would be a decent long area, but we could still go lower from here. I mean, that was a big bounce, and now they've eaten that liquidity, all of it. Crazy. You don't do Baba long? Chinese stock? Yeah, they're risky. They are risky. I like trading China, but very rare. It has to be a clean setup. Like, I don't just take no Mickey Mouse small level. It has to be a great level. You know, we were early on Baba down here in the investing and options group. We were accumulating Baba down here off that daily 200. I did a whole fundamental write-up and video on it for members. And we caught most of this move. Sold early, but caught a lot of it. And now Baba's still in a very bullish environment with this move. Often when you get that big impulse move up and pullback, we bought this falling wedge right off that EMA. That's a really good technical strategy I like, is when you have a stock that's based, broken out, soared through above all the daily key moving averages, pulls back to that EMA 113. I love that setup. It's a very high probable setup. Very, very high. All right, silver still at 4.94%. SLV, come on, dump it, SLV. They're still holding quite steady though. These metals are relentless. What else? Nat gas still down 9.3% on nat gas. Oh my gosh. The 30-minute chart on natural gas, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 consecutive 30-minute down candles on natural gas. That is just crazy. Look at the 30-minute chart here. Look at that. 11 consecutive down candles. I mean, wow. Probably a great day trade bounce setup. Probably a fantastic bounce setup. Some short dated calls on UNG, probably back to like 1050. But oh my gosh, they have just liquidated natural gas. That is filthy. All right, SPY trying to stabilize here, but I mean, so weak. Two 2.1% down from here would be what? 80-ish? Interesting. Are still seeing some net liquidation in the market. Silver getting a bit heavier as well. This is where I also called out a silver short, literally right up here at 83.40. I said not a bad area to try to take some put options. And look at that melting. Nasty sell side pressure hitting the tape, guys. Really strong. Big bounce in the metals yet again, defending that opening range. Apple still looking pretty weak down here. Nvidia consolidating bearishly. Amazon still sucking down 2.46% on Mr. Amazon. Beautiful sell side pressure on Amazon. All right, SPY's trying to stabilize here a touch. All right, guys, I'm going to take my lunch break here. Markets are definitely holding technical support. It is a long off this area with a stop loss pretty much at a sweep of this low. So SPY is hitting some decent hourly chart support. Not a bad spot to try to scalp long. Pushing pretty hard here, trying to clear its opening range low, $99. So the market, it still looks very vulnerable here. It looks like it wants to go lower. So Dixie pressing supports potentially the market going a little bit lower. Little extended intraday could get a small check back to opening range low, but again, your SPY still looks pretty vulnerable. It's tried bouncing here numerous times and kind of struggling immensely. So we'll see if we want to crack this range and get a late day sell up into gap fill.